Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate's back in session, ready to conduct business. I recognize Senator Wagner, Chairman of the Rules Committee. Senator.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
Ask the desk to receive and read the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution number 90, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate that the following bills in the order name shall be the special, paramount, and continuing order of business, taking precedence over all other matters until disposed of for the 26th legislative day only. On page 33, Senate Bill 214 by Senator Weaver relating to motor vehicles. On page 32, Senate Bill 342 by Senator Barfoot relating to courts. On page 43, Senate Bill 322 by Senator Gavan relating to notary publics. On page 57, Senate Bill 348 by Senator Gudger relating to Coleman County food pantries. On page 56, Senate Bill 335 by Senator Hatcher relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners and Counseling. On page 44, Senate Bill 329 by Senator Barfoot relating to judges. On page 23, Senate Bill 275 by Senator Gavan relating to residential real estate. On page 31, House Bill 122 by Representative Wood relating to civil protections. On page 47, House Bill 358 by Representative Shaver relating to vessels. Page 35, House Bill 72 by Representative Starnes relating to pardons and paroles. On page 51, House Bill 417 by Representative Pettis relating to paramedics. On page 28, House Bill 287 by Representative Stringer relating to crimes and offenses. On page 25, House Bill 235 by Representative Wood relating to crimes and offenses. On page 34, House Bill 426 by Representative Treadaway relating to ABC license applicants. On page 33, House Bill 381 by Representative Lawrence relating to the Redevelopment Authority Board of Directors. On page 51, House Bill 285 by Representative Lipscomb relating to the Board of Dental Examiners. On page 27, House Bill 156 by Representative Faulkner relating to taxation. On page 27, House Bill 439 by Representative Faulkner relating to growing Alabama credit.
That it?
I think I've cleared them all.
That it? Mr. President.
Senator Wagner, you
Move adoption
recognize.
of the report from Committee on Rules using the short roll.
Senator, if you don't mind, I think would be best is for us to call the roll, establish a new roll. The last roll we had, I don't think everybody was
I move
on.
that we do the long roll call.
Thank you, sir. Ask the desk to call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. 30.
(31 ayes, no nays). The special order calendar is adopted. Ask the desk to call the first bill on the special order calendar.
On page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 214 by Senator Weaver relating to motor vehicles, BIR pending.
Senator Weaver?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the BIR using previous rule with no objections.
Any objection to the previous roll on the BIR?
Mr. President,
Senator?
I'd just like the gentlelady to explain what this bill about before we adopt the BIR, please.
Senator Weaver?
Yes, sir. So this bill defines centralized motor vehicle registration, and it clarifies that the selection of a motor vehicle registration product or system is at the sole discretion of the local officials charged with the authority to register motor vehicles.
And who would do that? Where's the central location would be?
It would be the authority of the local person that does it. So maybe it would be your probate judge, maybe it would be your tax collector, your revenue commissioner, but it makes sure that they have the authority to regulate it there at the local level.
So even though we're talking about centralization, it's county by county on a centralization.
So this started from something that's happened over the last year. This has been the product of a lot of discussion over the last couple of months. The people that have been involved have been probate judges, tax commissioners, revenue commissioners, Department of Revenue. Aaliyah has had some discussion, Auto Dealers Association, rental car companies, and some vendors. And there is a new system available at the state level, but the local people just want to be sure that they have the authority to choose the system that best suits their local venue, because there are so many different local laws and local structures. They just want to be sure that they always have the authority to do what's best for their local situation.
But see, that doesn't sound like centralizing to me. I'm looking at the word to centralize it.
Okay, so we're defining
If you're talking
what
about centralization,
is.
I would think that you would have a centralization where everything is working together, you know, in one accord. So you're just telling me that you got these other systems now, the counties want to be able to still do their own thing. And the state has a central system. Does it all mash in with the state system?
Yeah, so this clarifies that they have the option to choose whatever system that best fits their local situation.
Could have did that without this bill, couldn't it?
Well, obviously not. We've had this discussion for the last couple of months, and you know, there in the past 24 hours, everybody that's been at the table has come to an agreed upon sub, which is what we adopted in the committee. So if you are here on behalf of someone who potentially has an issue
No, I'm
with
on
any of
behalf
that-
of Bobby Singleton. I don't come on behalf of folks. I deal with legislation for me. I don't get those outside influence. I don't let folks influence me about what it is that I want. So I don't listen to that noise. I deal with you as a legislator.
That's what I like about you.
You know, and that's what I'm dealing with, okay? So I hear what you're saying, and it doesn't gel with me. Because at one point you're saying that they come together, they talk about doing what's best for them and their local system, but we're talking about this bill talks about centralizing. And I guess maybe my definition of centralizing is different from what I'm hearing you say.
So,
Maybe my vision of it.
So the definition for the purpose of this section, the term centralized motor vehicle registration means the use of a software application, product, or system controlled by a state agency or its designee that processes the issuance of motor vehicle registration certificates or motor vehicle registration plates. The term shall not include a statewide system to process registration data collected from the county or local level. So what we're doing is we are defining this so that there's not going to be a centralized motor vehicle registration that is required, that the county officials now have to change from what they view as best for their local people. So they're going to have the option. They can choose the state system.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're doing that now. They've already chose what they want. That's why they bought the systems that they want. That's what I'm saying. I don't see the necessity for this bill, because it sounds like they're right back at square one, even though they say we agree on this bill, but it sounds like they're still going to do what it is that they want to do. And what they're doing now, nobody gonna change what they're already doing because that's what they're used to.
Well, we want to make sure that they're not required to have a different system mandated for them. And you know, we all have different functions at our local levels. And I respect that your local people need to do what they need to do to take care of your people in your county. My people in my counties need to do the same thing, but it might not always be the same.
I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't make it centralized to me. Unless you're talking about centralizing, unless you had more than one somebody in a county taking it in. If you had the tax assessor over here getting that information, the probate judge office getting the same information, and you just want to centralize it in a county. But when you're talking about county per county being able to still do what they want to do, from what I'm hearing you say, and this bill is saying that you have to do a mandate, but it wasn't nobody mandating it before this bill came, that you got to have, everybody got to be on the same system. Maybe I'm missing something, and I just don't hear what I'm missing.
There have been months and months of discussion related to this bill, and we have had so many different discussions. And again, I'm just trying to protect.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm not knocking how many discussions you had. All I'm saying is that the result of the discussion is that each county can still have the system they want.
Right. And so when we're defining centralized system, we're not centralizing the system. And that was one of the questions that came up, and that's why Leah has been involved. That's why we're making sure we're not doing anything that's counterproductive to what auto dealers are doing. We're not doing anything that's going to be a problem for rental car companies. That's why all these people have been at the table for months. And I will tell you, I'm so excited because we've had a lot of discussion for months. And when I came out,
What are you excited about? Tell me what you're excited about
that we
in this
have
bill
come to
that
an
it did that they're not already doing before this bill.
I'm excited that we are preserving for my local people, your local people, all of our local people, their ability to choose what's best.
But well, let me ask you this. Was somebody telling them what to do prior to this?
So there is a system that's been created at the statewide level.
But somebody was telling them they must do this?
So there was different views on what.
No. Was somebody telling East County that you got to have this system, and they came together and said, no, we don't want that? Somebody was telling them?
There's a new system.
Was the revenue doing that?
There's a new system that's been created. And I think that they're just trying to make sure that that new system is not going to take over and do something that they don't feel is best in their local interest. And they have the option to do that now. They want to continue to have that authority.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine. I still don't understand the necessity of this bill. I just think they probably spent a whole lot of time doing nothing. It just wasted up a lot of time, you know, being intellectually smart about something that wasn't necessary because they're right back in the same place they were. No centralized system. There's no centralized system. And it's just a tab of it, you know, it said that it's prohibited, registration is prohibited, so you don't want to centralize it. Why wouldn't we want to centralize a system in the state where everybody's on the same accord? Then I could just go in one computer and look up, if I need to get that information from one place, I could do that for all 67 counties.
Well, based on what I've heard over the past several months, and, you know, I've been involved in it since maybe February, March, and so it's been a learning curve for me, but based on what I've heard from local authorities all over this state, not just my district, but all over this state, they feel like this is in the best interest to help them do what they need to do. And, you know, I have to take their word for that when they explain to me how they do things and why they feel it's so important to keep that local flavor to it.
Well, I'm glad you feel that about local flavor. So when we decide we want to do what's best for our community, I would sure hope that you will understand that, okay? That it's good for people, local community, and that they could be able to do what they want to do. I'm glad you said that.
So that's exactly why I'm fighting for your people just like I am my people. And again, they feel like that's what's in their best interest and it's going to help them do their jobs more in a better way. And that's why I'm here today with this bill.
Well, I just think they did all that to say nothing because they're right back where they are. And they've met all those months just to say we want to be able to do our own thing. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time spent away from the county because they probably went somewhere else to meet. That's a lot of man hours gone out in the days that they met. You said since March, here's a bill just coming. I don't know how long they've been over a year or so meeting. That's just a lot of time wasted.
Senator.
Come back and say,
Time has expired on
Thank
the
you.
BIR. Ask the desk to vote on the BIR. Senator, you ready to make a motion?
Yes, sir. So my
Previous
motion-
calendar,
Yes, sir. So
excuse me, previous,
using previous roll,
Roll.
no objection.
any objection on the previous row? Seeing none, desk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Ask the desk to call the bill.
Page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 214 by Senator Weaver relating to motor vehicles. Committee substitute pending.
So there was a
Senator
committee
Weaver.
sub, and at this point, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the committee sub. Previous roll, no objection.
Any objection,
Mr. President,
Senator?
this is another substitute that we haven't read,
No, it came through the committee.
but now the entire Senate has to vote on it, and we don't have a copy of it. I was curious to know, what is the definition of centralized?
So if you look at page 2, line 44, and when the sub was actually a condensed version that everyone agreed upon. So when you look at that, for the purposes of this section, the term centralized motor vehicle registration means the use of a software application, product, or system controlled by a state agency or its designee that processes the issuance of motor vehicle registration certificates or motor vehicle
Okay, so you did put the
registration
definition in the sub. It wasn't in the initial bill. I mean, I was going by the
So it's
initial bill
defined,
because
and
I
it-
had
and
not
it is-
seen the sub.
All of the people that I have mentioned earlier brought me this agreed upon sub to bring to the committee, and that's why we're here today.
Okay, you said that there had been much conversation about this bill with so many people or entities. Can you tell me who those entities or people?
It's been probate judges, tax collectors, revenue commissioners, Department of Revenue. Aaliyah was involved in the beginning, Auto Dealers Association, rental car companies, some of the vendors.
What
And
about the League of Municipalities?
so I actually had a conversation with Mr. Brassfield night before last and had this discussion with him. And he assured me that they had seen this sub. And so in the beginning, you know, we have had these meetings open to everyone for months. And I have not seen or heard from the league, but I have.
When you say it was open, was there like a posting of the meetings on the website of the Alabama?
So anybody
whatever?
who showed any interest in this bill at all to me, I invited them to the table, and we worked through every bit of their issue. You know, Aaliyah and some of the other state agencies were concerned, auto dealers, some other people, and that's why you have a sub, is they were all at the table having the discussion. So-
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weaver?
Yes,
You
sir.
wish to renew your motion?
Yes, sir, I do. I'd like to adopt the committee sub using previous roll with no.
Any objection to the previous row? See none, so ordered. Ask the desk to call the short roll on the adoption of the substitute.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams. 31.
31 ayes, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Senator Weaver?
Yes, sir, I'd like to ask for final passage using previous roll with no objection.
Any objections to the previous row?
question.
I have a question, Senator. You're recognized.
So the substitute does what again? Yeah.
So if you look on page 2,
I don't have it. Just tell me about it.
okay, so it defines centralized motor vehicle registration.
It's what you read to me earlier.
Yep, and what I just shared with Senator
Okay.
Figures. and also clarifies that the selection of a motor vehicle registration product or system is at the sole discretion of the local authorities charged with the authority to register those vehicles.
So what you probably not saying to me that you don't want to say is that revenue of somebody probably was trying to spend some absurd amount of money on a system that the rest of the local folk don't want. So that's why they bring this bill so they won't have to go to that system. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll say it since you don't want to say it. That's all I'm listening. I'm not in that committee, but that's just what it boils down to me to be. Thank you.
Senator Weaver,
Yes, sir. I'd like to renew that motion, final passage using previous roll with no objection.
any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes and no nays. We have final passage of Senate Bill 214.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Ask the desk to call the next bill on the special order calendar.
on page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 342 by Senator Barfoot relating to courts, BR pending.
Senator Barfoot, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to move adoption of the BR using previous roll.
Any objection to the previous roll on the BIR? Seeing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes and no nays. The BIR is adopted. Ask the desk to call the bill.
on page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 342 by Senator Barfoot relating to courts.
Senator Barfoot?
Thank you, sir. This bill is a bill that allows district attorneys to employ various personnel. It just simply amends Code Section 1217-220 to read: the district attorney's authority to employ personnel pursuant to subdivision 1 shall not be limited by the residency of any current or potential personnel. I see my friend across the way may have questions or comments. Senator Jones.
Mr. President,
Mr. Senator, you're recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to, in the midst of lively debate in the chamber, just ask my colleague some questions about the bill. We've had a lot of discussion on our district attorney friends as of late and funding and that matter. Can you tell me a little bit about what the purpose of this is? I heard your explanation, but break it down for me if you would.
I'll be glad to. So this is a statewide bill, but with really, as I understand it, only local application in Montgomery County. There are the district attorneys around the state, as other industries do, struggle sometimes to make sure that they have the adequate personnel there.
Excuse me, Senator.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, we've had a request that they cannot hear. So we're asking if they will hold it down so that everyone can hear the senator at the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this bill is, as I previously stated, is an attempt to make sure that we've got adequate personnel working at the district attorney's offices throughout the state. For instance, here in Montgomery, I think currently there are about 8 assistant district attorneys that are slots available, but we don't have the ability in Montgomery to hire those outside of Montgomery County. So you've got a lot of talented people, lawyers, who would otherwise come to work at the district attorney's office in Montgomery, but for that prohibition of only being able to hire within Montgomery County. It is my understanding, again, that although this is a statewide bill, that this has specific application to Montgomery. And I would also say that that becomes even more important if it were a statewide expansion, given the fact that we've now passed a bill, and I think maybe waiting the governor's signature on the new judges that we've created. So, for instance, here in Montgomery County, I believe each assistant district attorney has in excess of 600 cases that they're responsible for, and having the spots are at least 8 at this point, vacancies that need to be filled. I think this gives us the ability to go outside of the boundaries of Montgomery County to hire lawyers to come in and work with the DA's office.
I think I'm understanding. So you're saying there are kind of some antiquated residency requirements, and this fixes that not only for the capital city, but for
Well,
any other place where this might apply.
any other place where it may apply, that's correct.
So I can, if I'm in Cherokee County and cross over into Etowah County and work there, for example, or vice versa.
Right.
That's, seems like it's well needed given today's mobile workforce.
I think so, and certainly from the standpoint of, the hole that's there, and again, in all different types of industry and personnel needs, the labor force participation is way down. State of Alabama has turned out some very good lawyers. Lawyers are, from other states as well that have come in here, gotten a license to practice in Alabama, but certainly from the standpoint of the attorneys that are licensed in Alabama, wherever they're from, to be able to plug them in and not have that residency requirement at that particular location to where they may have to reside in a location where they work. For instance, Elmore County, Crenshaw County, part of the circuit that I represent, or part of the District 25 that I represent, we're just a short drive here in Montgomery, the capital city, that, we've talked about that earlier today in regards to the Maxwell Gateway project, but we've had, we're very close proximity to Elmore County, very close proximity to Autauga County, and certainly, and Lowndes County. Certainly what goes on here in the capital city is important statewide. And so as it relates to this particular bill, it is an opportunity so that we could hire district attorneys or attorneys from other counties to come and work at the district attorney's office. So.
That makes sense. So just out of curiosity, I'm speculating this may be an ALI bill. Am I correct on that? Or is this
No, it wasn't
Will
an
Barfoot bill?
Not an ALI bill. I'm not sure the origin of it. I do know that it significantly, helps some various district attorneys, or could. In fact, as you said so eloquently, if applicable,
Apropos.
no, it's not the word. Applicable.
There we go.
Senator, are you saying osmosis?
It almost is that word, almost.
Thank you, Senator. Please continue.
Thank you. I get a little tongue-tied. I guarantee you, though, these thoughts that I have that start off one place and through that process, as you referred to, osmosis, sometimes I get lost and they change from point A to point B. So thank you, sir, for putting me back on track. It does, though, it would specifically benefit, district attorney's office where it would apply.
Well, I applaud you, Senator, for bringing this bill. On a day like today, it's good to do something for our district attorneys. Let me just say that, and appreciate your work on this. I'll be happy to support your bill, little reverse osmosis, as they call it. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that support, however I can get it.
thank you, Senator. With that, I'll yield back to the sponsor, Loud, to make his motion.
Thank you.
Senator Barfoot, you're recognized once again.
If there are no further comments or questions, then I'd move for final passage of SB 342 using previous roll.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing no objection, I'll ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes and no nays. We have final passage, Senate Bill 342. Ask the desk to call the next bill on the special order calendar.
on page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill 322 by Senator Gavan relating to notary publics, BR pending.
Senator Gavan,
Mr. President, I would move the BRR using previous roll without objection.
any objection to the previous roll? Seeing no objection, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes and no nays. We have adoption of the BIR. Ask the desk to call the bill.
Just to be a notary.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill 322 by Senator Gavan relating to notary publics, committee substitute pending.
Senator Gavan,
President, I move that we lay the committee substitute on the table.
any objection to substitute on the table? All those in favor?
Ho. You gonna lay it on the table?
Senator?
I'll
He's already-
explain to you why.
Okay, go ahead.
Senator? He's already made a table in motion. So we have to have a vote on the table in motion. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's tabled. Senator Gavan.
At this point in time, and I will explain it, I have a substitute.
Ask the desk to receive and read the substitute.
Substitute for Senate Bill 322 by Senator Gavan.
Senator Gavan?
Thank you. If I may, I will explain the changes in the substitute. We worked with other members of, or I worked with other members of the, no. Right here, but I need to, no. So unfortunately, we had the wrong sub yesterday, or whichever day we had, yeah, it was yesterday in Judiciary. But I've made a couple of other changes that the Senator Smitherman and Senator Singleton asked for. One of the first ones was on line, right about line 67, 68. The original version had that the probate judges could basically remove someone during the 4-year term. And we deleted that. There were, I think it was Senator Smitherman had problems with that because, you know, the theory was you go through the process, the probate judge shouldn't just be able to pull the rug out from under you, so to speak. If you're up for a 4-year term, you're up for the 4-year term unless that you committed one of the violations that are itemized in the bill. And so I felt like that was a very reasonable request. Also, Senator Smitherman and I discussed the issue in the last list of reasons that a probate judge could remove someone for violations or deny the application. It was, we went through and we just talked about, should it be shall or should it be may? And we would go through, we stood right over here and kept going through that list. And what we settled on was on the last little parentheses 7, that on as far as the applicant being unable or unwilling to complete the training program, there was some language later in the bill that talked about the judge being able to issue a warning or some sort of limitation, some things of that nature. But Senator Smitherman was concerned that we wouldn't get to that element if we left this as is. So what I did is we changed the language that said that training program had to be obtained within 30 days after submitting his or her application, and this time frame may be extended by the judge of probate upon good cause shown. So that was our compromise in that arena. Then the original bill had a testing requirement, and there was a concern that that would be limiting the field of people going into it. So what we did is we struck the words about testing, and we're still going to have the training program that would be by the probate judges and the ALI, that, quote, reinforces and updates the applicant's knowledge of all the matters that are listed in there. And so that was perceived as to not be a bar to the people that want to be notary publics. One of the changes I made, and it was not in the original substitute, and it was one of the problems that I had with this, there was a mistake in the substitute I had, is that we notarize many things, and certainly in the real estate arena, that don't need the full oath, the full acknowledgement. It just simply would say sworn to by, before me on such and such date, as opposed to having the full acknowledgement that we have set forth in the code. So I put a change in here that you would only need to do the full acknowledgement if it was going to be something to be reported in the public records. And because there's just so many things that we notarize, I think Senator Carnley brought that up too, that we didn't need to complicate every document. And so that was another change that's in the sub. So I'll be glad to entertain any questions about the substitute. I'm sorry, Senator, I can't hear.
Don't want to make it hard.
Mr. President.
Senator Sessions?
May I?
Senator, you good to
absolutely,
recognize?
absolutely.
Senator, you're recognized.
Senator Gavan You know, I live kind of out in the county, and it's pretty hard for me to find a notary as it is. And I'm just wondering, is this going to make it more difficult and harder for these few that we have to maintain or get their notary? I mean, and are we having issues? Are you running into a lot of issues with, I mean, because all they're doing is notarizing that you've signed that document in front of them. They have nothing to do with that document.
And it's none of their business what's in that document, Senator.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that actually Senator Coleman Madison had experienced when she went in front of a notary. A notary was trying to dig into what was in the document, and that was a lack of information on that particular notary's part, because it wasn't her job to go look behind that and look into what the document was saying. The problem is that we have important transactions all across the state, little and, you know, and huge. And we've got a lot of notaries out there that don't know what they're supposed to be doing. And a simple education and training program, again, we took out the testing requirement, just a training program that would be administered by the probate judges so that people know what they're supposed to be doing, because there are rules they're supposed to follow. They're not terribly complex, but right now, all you do, Senator, I just renewed my notary the other day. And I went to the independent insurance agent, told him I wanted a notary renewal, handed them my driver's license. They gave me some forms to fill out. I waited for them. I handed them a check. They gave me the forms I needed to take to the probate judge's office. I go to the probate judge's office, hand them my check, hand them those forms. Boom, I'm a notary. So with no education requirements.
Gentlelady from Jefferson, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized.
Senator Gavan, thank you. I was taking time to read your bill. It's much improved from what you brought to us before. I see that you have taken care of, in particular, the training, which is what I was concerned about, that you just indicated that they shall go through a training program of matters that were relevant to their appointment, their duties, their legal and ethical responsibilities of a notary. And I remember having been a notary before. I don't remember having gone through any of this. The other thing that, you know, that most people don't know is that, you know, you cannot charge any more than $10. That's a max.
$5 today.
Huh?
Today it's $5. This would be raising it.
Well, I bet I could ask for a raise of hands in here, and you would find everything from $10 to $20 to $25. And of course, if you are in a public official capacity at the local or state level, then you can't charge anything if it's in line with your duties. I think a lot of people are taking advantage of this, but again, people who've been notaries for a long time, because they didn't go through any training program. The other thing that I had asked you about, and I guess the judge of probate will promulgate rules or documents or whatever in conjunction with this training program, that they will be given some kind of package, you know. We talked about, and I see that you have already separated that out. If you are not notarizing something where, say for instance, this is a matter of legal documents, or could be involving a will or signing or something like that, that you would maintain for X number of years. And if it's not of that nature. So my concern is that I'm hoping that the judge will have somewhere in this paperwork that they give them, this is the form that you need to maintain this on, this is how it needs to be done, because otherwise you're going to have a hodgepodge. And again, you can't ever tell when that may be called into question into court. Now, you understand it because you're an attorney, and people who are in the legal realm and do this every day as a part of what they do in their profession, they don't have a problem because you understand how this is done. But just Mr. Jones down the street, who's a notary, who's got this little sign on his mailbox, and people come by, and all of a sudden you find yourself he notarized it, and I need to verify this, and now you don't have any documentation. But this is a much improved document on a bill that you have presented. I don't have any other questions. I did have a question about the remote notarization, but
That's existing law.
that's existing law. And Senator Carley, I got a lot of my answers while I was waiting. Senator Carley explained to me that this was something that went into effect during COVID as a way to expedite and allow the process to continue. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gavan?
So at this time, I move to adopt a substitute using previous role without objection.
Any objection to the previous roll? We have an objection. Call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Aye. 25 ayes, 4 nays. We have final passage of Senate. Oh, this is the adoption of the substitute. All right, Senator, we've adopted the sub successfully. Senator, we can't hear you.
Sorry. I'm glad the reasoning was explained to me, because I was about to have a little retaliation and go call for the long roll. But since I understand now, we'll now move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection to the previous roll? See none. Ask the desk to call the previous roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Privilege.
25 ayes and 4 nays. We have final passage, Senate Bill 322. Senator Gavan?
May I be recognized for a point of personal?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my appreciation to the members of the minority caucus that are on the Judiciary Committee. We really worked together on this, and I think it really is a better piece of legislation for that, and I appreciate their help on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill in special order. That's. Oh.
You may do that first? Yeah, may I be recognized, Mr. President?
Senator Gudger.
Thank you. As Chairman of Fred, I'd like to make a motion to recommit HB 399 to another committee, please.
Is there an objection to recommitting Seeing no objection,
I'm carrying over the call, Chair. Just take 2 seconds. I'm next. That's HB 399. Where I'm carrying it to, county government. This, I only have one bill next week. I'm getting out of it. Mr. President. Oh, yeah.
House Bill number 399 has been recommitted to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is SB 348.
Clerk call, Secretary call the next bill in special order.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 348 by Senator Gudger, relating to Coleman County sales tax, BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Gudger,
I'd like to carry this bill over to the call of the chair.
is there an objection? Seeing no objection, the bill is carried over the call of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've got some important messages from the House, and so I'm going to ask that we bring these up in the order we've discussed at the desk.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown, and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 278 relating to education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this is a bill sponsored by Senator Wagner, and the bill was in regards to the topic of Birmingham Southern. There was an amendment added to it that would allow the program to sunset appropriately, which had not been included in the bill originally, as it should have been. That was added in the House. Senator Wagner has asked that we concur. So I'd make a motion that we concur with the House on Senate Bill 278. Previous roll without objection.
Is there an objection using previous roll? Seeing none, Secretary call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams. (27 ayes, 2 nays).
27 ayes and 2 nays. Well, the Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
I got you.
Mr. President, we have another message that I'd like for the desk to bring up for us.
Secretary, read the message.
Senate Bill 269. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown, and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 269, relating to education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this is a Bill 269 sponsored by Senator Orr related to the Capital Improvement Fund that will be operated by the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Alabama for K-12 schools. And in this, there was only one amendment added to this bill, which allowed for a Senate member and a House member to be included in the request of any of the funds moving forward for this capital improvement, of which Senator Orr was the sponsor and is in the chamber, can answer questions if anyone has them, but has asked for a concurrence on this legislation. Make a motion that we concur using previous roll.
Motion using previous roll. Is there an objection? Seeing none, Secretary call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
It's 29 ayes and no nays. The Senate concurs. With that, Secretary call the next message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown, and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill 101, relating to the Education Trust Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, This is the rolling reserve legislation that we passed here in the Senate body. And Senator Oregon's in the chamber, can ask questions if anyone has them. But the motion, I understand, is that we are non-concurring and go into conference. That's the motion, previous roll.
There's a motion to non-concur and go to conference. Is there an objection? Seeing no objections, the conferees are, Secretary, call the rolls.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate agrees to go to conference. The conferees will be Senator Orr, Senator Schofield, and Senator Singleton. Secretary, call the next message.
message from the House. Mr. President, Senate Bill 88. The House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown, and is amended, is passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 88 relating to appropriations. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the actual ETF budget. So this is the actual budget. And again, on the budget, Senator Orr is available if anyone has questions, but the motion is that we non-concur and go to conference, Mr. President, using previous roll.
The motion is a non-concur and go to conference. Is there an objection using previous roll? Secretary, call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate agrees to go to a conference committee, and the conferees are Senator Orr, Senator Schofield, and Senator Singleton. Secretary, call the next.
I got to catch up.
Message.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
While the desk is catching up with exactly where we are, let me make a comment to the body because a question was asked behind me here. What about the supplemental budget? And our colleagues in the House, I do not think, have actually passed that yet. Or they've just passed it and it's on its way up here to us. So once we get the supplemental, we'll be in position to make these same decisions related to that piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator.
message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill, House Bill 124, relating to debt service, and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House Representatives Reynolds, Hall, and Lee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this is the general fund budget that we've just dealt with today. My motion would be that we accede to the House and go to conference. That's the motion using previous roll.
Previous roll. Is there an objection to the motion? Seeing none, then clerk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate agrees to go to conference. The conferees are Senator Albritton, Senator Chambliss, and Senator Smitherman. And we'll clerk call the next message.
The one I'm looking for is Albritton. Hold up just a second.
Can they not hear me?
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill, House Bill number 125, relating to supplemental appropriations, and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House Representatives Reynolds, Hall, and Lee.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, again, this is the general fund budget supplemental that we've dealt with today. And again, the motion is that we accede to the wishes of the House and go to conference. That's the motion using previous roll.
Is there an objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, then the clerk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams. Yep. Yeah.
29 ayes, 0 nays, and the Senate agrees to go to conference. The conferees are Senator Albritton, Senator Chambliss, and Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this concludes the messages that we have at this point. I'll be back again as we receive these, ladies and gentlemen, from our colleagues on the fifth floor. With that, Mr. President, I think we'll be prepared to continue with the special order calendar.
Thank you, Senator Reed. The clerk call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill 335 by Senator Hatcher relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners in Counseling. BR pending.
Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for adoption of the BIR using the short roll.
Is there an
Without objection.
Is there an objection? Seeing none, the clerk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0, then the BIR is adopted. Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the bill, excuse me.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 335 by Senator Hatcher relating to the Board of Examiners in Counseling.
Senator Hatcher.
Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, and there is an amendment that was offered in committee, a friendly amendment. So I'd like to move to adopt that amendment.
A motion to adopt the amendment using previous roll.
Using previous roll without objection.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, clerk call short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill allows for the Alabama Board of Examiners in Counseling
good deal.
To create a wellness program to take care of the counselors, the licensees who are helping so many of our people. If there are no questions, I'd like to move for final passage of this bill, Senate Bill 335, using the previous roll without objection.
Is there any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. It's 30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 335 is.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Clerk call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 329 by Senator Barfoot relating to judges. BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to move for adoption of the BIR using previous roll.
Is there any objection using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes. 30 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 329 by Senator Barfoot relating to judges. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you so much. Committee members, you may remember in judiciary, this is the judicial privacy bill. Affords some opportunity for judges and justices from the municipal level all the way up to the Supreme Court to ask for privacy as it relates to their personal information. It was a substitute that I think we need to adopt here. And with that being said, unless there's any questions about the sub, I'd move for adoption of that sub using previous roll.
Is there any objection using previous roll? Clerk call the roll. Previous roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. 30 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute is adopted.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you. again, 329, I think, is a benefit to today's society and climate that we all recognize. We had some good discussion of this in the Judiciary Committee, and I appreciate my colleagues in there. With that being said, seeing no one opposed or with any questions or comments, I'd move for final passage of SB 329 using previous rule.
Is there any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams. 30 ayes, 0 nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 329 is adopted. Clerk call the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 275 by Senator Gavan relating to residential real estate, BIR pending.
Senator Gavan.
Mr. President, I would move adoption of the BIR using previous role without objection.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, clerk call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 275 by Senator Gavan relating to residential real estate, committee substitute pending.
Senator Gavan.
At this time, I would move to adopt a committee substitute using previous role without objection.
Motion is to move to adopt a substitute using previous roll. With any objection? Seeing none, the clerk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams. 30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The substitute is adopted.
So I'm going to make an amendment, and I want to explain it first, and I hope it fits. If it doesn't fit, we'll have to regroup, because this is something, this is promoted, the bill itself is promoted by the, builders and developers, and the counties and the municipalities had some issues with it. This is what they came to in terms of an agreement. So at this time, I'll offer the amendment.
Clerk, receive and read the amendment.
Bids to the sub.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill 275 by Senator Gavan. Replace lines 66 through 68 on page 3 with the following.
What does it say on your calendar as far as 275?
It says
Mr. President, I apologize. It was listed on the board as a sub when it was an amendment we actually voted on. And so having voted on the prevailing side, I would. Thank you. So I'll move to reconsider the committee sub, and we lay it on the table.
All those in favor of reconsidering, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Like signs? Aye. Senator Gavan?
I can't hear you. So now I move to lay that on the table.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So, the substitute is
Now I would offer the amendment on that.
clerk received the amendment.
We need to read this in, Greg. Amendment to Senate Bill 275 by Senator Gavan. Replace lines 66 through 68 on page 3 with the following. 4A, any one or two family dwelling neighborhood or any townhouse neighborhood in which the developer or the majority of the residents have elected to install centralized mail delivery provided. Replace line 71 on page 3 with the following. Replace lines 72 through 77 on page 3 with the following. Any installation by the United States Postal Service.
Senator Gavan.
So at this time, I'll move adoption of the amendment using previous roll. There's not objection.
There's no objections. Seeing no objection, clerk call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Senator Gavan.
Thank you. Just again, as a little backdrop, this deals with in residential neighborhoods where most of us are accustomed to having a mailbox in our yard. What the Postal Service is trying to force on developers is basically that they would put on their land, would be their land at the time of development, that they would put in cluster mailboxes. In other words, if 4 of us lived, side by side, it might be one of us gets a mailbox for all 4 of us, themselves and their 3 neighbors in their front yard. And, you're going to have issues of people just, leaving letters around and junk mail around and making a mess. You have issues about lighting, how the counties are going to try to enforce this. This is a effort that's driven by the construction industry and development industry and worked with in cooperation with local governments about a compromise that they could get to where they could try to live in harmony on this. So I see the senator from Lauderdale has questions.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for bringing this bill. Just for my knowledge here, you can, because it's private property, you can change that where the Postal Service can't force them to do that.
Postal Service, if there's a way that they can force you to put it on your property, I don't know. My mailbox is in a right of way for the city of Huntsville right now,
Well, I hope this bill does what you're wanting, because we're having a lot of elderly subdivisions put in, smaller lots, compact area, and they're wanting a cluster box, but these elderly people are having a hard time walking to the mailbox. And I'm getting calls about these from these developers, like you mentioned, and then they want us to reach out to the postmaster or have our congressman reach out to the postmaster, and then they have to go through the appeal process. So I hope this bill does exactly what you're telling me, because it's long overdue, and I appreciate you carrying this bill.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator,
You don't see this as a supremacy clause issue?
Excuse me?
Do you see this as a supremacy clause issue?
So, I mean, if there's a federal law to that effect, but I don't know of, I mean, Senator, I'm not telling you there's not one. And obviously we know what the supremacy clause does, if there's a conflict between state and federal law. I think it's just open. I think the postmasters are just, you know, imposing this on, and it's not uniform, Senator. It's in one part of the state, they're doing one thing, and another part of the state, they're doing something else. So there's an inconsistency, and I think there's a little bit more of a hammer, if you will, on the high growth areas. You know, I'm not doing this certainly trying to set up a conflict between federal and state law. I think I think federal law is silent on this. And so we're trying to sort of put a flag in the ground to stake our ground here and try to have an argument, you know, when the postmaster is saying, well, you got to do this. And we go, well, you can't do that. State law prohibits it.
Okay. I mean, I guess, so this bill would prevent them from demanding or mandating that developers do clustered boxes. So everybody wants to still have their own individual box.
Correct.
For that subdivision or neighborhood.
And we did make exceptions in this amendment we just adopted for instance, townhomes. I mean, there could be some.
Because a lot of those do have clusters.
Yeah, they do, and it makes more sense the way those neighborhoods are set up. It's obviously we already had in there for apartment complexes. I mean, I remember, you know, living in Quail Valley Apartments in Tuscaloosa and having to go down and you know, to my cluster box down there, but that's just, you know, that's the way it was. But you had one owner that owned all those apartments, and if there was, you know, trash around there, people throwing their junk mail down, then they had, you know, staff to take care of that. I just think it's going to be totally unmanageable in a residential neighborhood. You know, who's going to take care of that? Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to make sure it complies with ADA standards? I mean, there's just so many complications that get added to it.
And is that still making sure that we're telling them to put it on the private property, or can they still do it on the right-of-ways?
So this would allow it to be in the right-of-way. There are some limitations on that. But if
So
it's county and city, I don't think we can put it in state. Honestly, I don't think anybody's putting these in state right-of-ways. Like in Dallas County, you know, almost everybody that lives on Highway 5, or probably everybody, has got theirs, you know, either in the right-of-way or just off of it. But that's not where you're seeing the new neighborhoods. The new neighborhoods would have one entrance, right? They were not going to have just everybody along there. There'd be one entrance, and so the cluster mailboxes would be inside that. So we wouldn't be dealing, as a practical matter, at least, with state highways.
So do you think that I'm just being the postmaster now, they're looking at, he's running a corporation. He's the CFO of that post office for this area, for whatever area it is.
Sure.
Do you see him as, he or she is trying to be more proficient in how they deliver and making it much easier for their delivery people to be able to get mail out on time? Because, you know, the more houses, the later your mail get in the afternoon. Sometimes people used to the mail get to be at 12:10, well, now you just build a new subdivision over here. It takes up 30 more houses. Now you might not get your mail to 12:30, you know, now. And do you think that he may be looking at it from that point to try to be more proficient and efficient based on getting mail out, mail on time, and making sure that it gets there through the route? Because there has been some cuts in the post office.
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that that's exactly what they're trying to do, is make things more efficient. But, you know, I can't. I've got to fight for my constituents, and my constituents don't want that.
So your constituency is the construction industry?
My constituencies are the people that are going to get their mail.
But
I'm not like another senator that only has one constituent. I've got a bunch of constituents. I got 150,000.
I understand, but but I'm sure you ain't heard from all 150,000 of them.
No,
at the end of the day, that's what I'm just saying, because probably the neighborhood that you live in is already established. Your neighbors.
I've got my own mailbox. Yeah.
Exactly.
And so, but the new people that are coming to town or that are relocating within town, they're not getting the same rights that I've gotten. That 99% plus of the people that live in single-family detached residences in Huntsville have.
Okay. I was just worried about the supremacy clause piece, and I don't know, being that the mailman is federal and they're trying to do it. I'm just trying to look at it from their point of view, because I do hear a lot of people complain about my mail is being late. He's running late, he's on time, but the more the growth is, the less time that you're going to get in, or they may have to put 2 mailmans in the area, which costs us a lot more money to do that. But I hear what you're saying, so I'm not here to try to block this because, I don't have that kind of growth in my area, okay? I don't have that kind of growth. So,
in Tuscaloosa?
So that's not a problem for me. Well, even Tuscaloosa, they're building nothing but apartments. It's condos and apartments and not a lot of single-family homes. So that's what you saw after 2011 in Tuscaloosa. All the growth is around the university. And all of those are for student houses, and most of them are apartment complexes. That's what you're seeing. So a lot of new subdivisions, some are going up, but they're not as rapid as you might see in the Huntsville or other areas where you got people coming in for the job's sake. The university is drawing people in there, not so much of people coming in there just for work and buying homes, to be. And it's happening, but it's not as growth as fast as your part of the state. That's all I'm saying. Or Baldwin County or somewhere of that nature, where the growth spurts are happening. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
With no further questions or discussion, then I would move for a final passage as amended using previous roll without objection.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, clerk call the roll. Short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. SB 275 is passed.
Thank you, members.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the body, Mr. President, we've got some additional messages, as I told you, would be coming from our colleagues on the 5th floor. We want to take those and be able to keep things moving. So I'm going to ask, Mr. President, that you'd recognize the desk to call up these House messages.
Clerk, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 86 relating to income taxes. Signed, John Treadwell, clerk.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the motion on this, which is the rebate legislation that we sent down to the House, is motion to non-concur and go to conference.
Using previous roll.
Using the previous roll. Thank you.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, clerk call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. SB 86 goes to conference, and the conferees are Senator Orr, Senator Schofield, and Senator Singleton. The clerk call the next message, House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 87 relating to supplemental appropriations. Signed, John Treadwell, clerk.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the body, this is the actual education supplemental that we have now, and the motion, Mr. President, is that we non-concur and go to conference.
Using previous roll.
Using previous roll.
Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, clerk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Send it, goes to the conference, and the conferees are Senator Orr, Senator Schofield, and Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Reed.
Yes, sir.
Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 122 by Representative Wood relating to discrimination and civil protections. BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Price,
would like to adopt the BIR with previous roll with no objections, please.
is there any objection? Seeing none, clerk, call the short roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Senator Price, or clerk, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 122 by Representative Wood relating to discrimination and civil protections. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we adopt the committee amendment, I'd just like to say a couple of things if I could, please, sir. One, my colleague in my district, a House member that has worked very hard on this particular bill for many years, and we're finally at that point. But the other thing I'd like to do is say thank you to a lot of different organizations and groups that had concerns concerning this bill and were willing to sit down and work out their differences to where we could come together to be where we are today. At this point, Mr. President, I'd like to, using previous roll, adopt the committee amendment, please.
Is there any objection?
No, I just want to be recognized so you pass the bill.
Yes, sir.
Didn't seem no objection. Clerk, call the short roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams. David, 30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, the final passage with the previous roll, please.
Mr. President.
Do you have, I'm sorry, excuse me.
That's all right.
Senator Smitherman.
I just want to compliment you on the bill and compliment him on the bill because, you know, you are right. So many times people try to measure themselves in their opinions about people who may have a disability or who may be ill from some kind of illness like a stroke or something like that and causes paralysis and disabilities. And I just wanted to share with you that, you know, only one person knows that, and that's God. That's the only one. And we start trying to play God, but we decide whether somebody ought to have the opportunity to live or not based on a disability. And so that's why I commend that. I've had some, you know, you hear me talk so often about personal experiences. Well, one of them is that I had a father that had a stroke. And they said that he was going to live 2.5 years because of the hardening of the arteries. But yet God so had it where he could live 18.5 years. And see, so it was, if anything had been taken in the ideas that we should or shouldn't do something to get his quality of life up to that point, then it's most likely he could not have been able to sustain those many years of life. So that's what we are saying here. Don't base them on no disability. Base them on their needs and the applicability to what you're trying to do for them, how to help them. So I just wanted to say that and thank you, and it's back to you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for those kind words because God's the one that has the plan.
That's right.
And so with that, once again, the final passage being adopted by previous roll without any objection.
Is there any objection? Clerk, call the short roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. 30 ayes, 0 nays. HB 122 is.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Adopted. Thank you, Senator Price. Clerk, call the next bill in special order.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 358 by Representative Shaver relating to vessels. BIR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
I move we adopt the BIR using previous roll without objection.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, clerk, call the short roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is adopted.
Mr. President,
Clerk, call the bill. Yes, yes.
Page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 358 by Representative Shaver relating to waters and boating.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, thank you, sir. House Bill 358 is by Representative Shaver and is brought to us by Aaliyah. And it's a long bill, and I'd like to run through it real quickly if I can, and then I know my colleague has an amendment that he'd like to discuss. So members, this bill deals with boating violations. Currently, our violations are either misdemeanors and or felonies for even the most minor of offenses. And obviously, those things show up as a crime if you were to commit even one of the most minor violations, not having the proper fire extinguisher, life jackets, or something like that. So what we're trying to do here is create a new classification of boating violations, which is defined in the bill to be an offense committed on the waters of the state that does not amount to a misdemeanor or felony, and to make it similar to a traffic violation. This bill also deals with the code sections so that relating to operation of vessels to correctly reference ALEA as the administrative agency charged with administering and enforcing boating safety. Obviously, Marine Police formerly was under the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, but it was one of the 12 law enforcement agencies that was consolidated by ALEA back in 2013. Also, this syncs up all of our boating laws and regulations with United States Coast Guard regulations that deal with capacity plates and things of that nature. So that basically they're synced up with that. There's some other changes that include notification of a significant accident, boating accident, to reduce that time to 24 hours. And then probably one of the more humorous things is that the bill changes when you can and cannot ski and reduces that to between the hours of sunrise and sunset, as opposed to an hour before or after sunset. Can you imagine skiing after sunset or an early morning skier before sunrise? That's right. That's true. The water is calm. The water is calm. So that is essentially what the bill does. And Mr. President, I'd like to yield to my colleague across the way, also an avid boater, so we can discuss his amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Elliott, I think Representative Shaver has an excellent bill here, and I do agree with the premise of it. But you and I are both from the Gulf Coast, and you from Baldwin County, and I in Mobile County, and I represent Dauphin Island, which is a beautiful area. Several of you have been down there and seen it, and we've got some waterways that are patrolled by the Marine Police. And I'm assuming that this bill, we're changing some of these violations to where they don't go against your regular driving record points and stuff like that, which I think is a good thing. I think it's a good bill. It's clean up. Sometimes we have bills that are a little overzealous and unintended consequences. But in those areas where they're writing those tickets and all, there are navigational markers. Some of those navigational markers have signs that say no wake zone. Now, can you tell me if ALEA catches someone running fast in that no wake zone, the Marine Police, what are they going to do?
They're going to write them a ticket.
They're going to write them a ticket. But yet they don't want to place that no wake zone there. They don't want to put that sign up there, but they're going to write them a ticket if they're there. They don't want to be responsible for that. For some reason, somehow, the navigational markers in state waters that are not controlled by the Coast Guard, that are not maintained by the Coast Guard, have fell by the wayside. No one wants responsibility for them. Yet they patrol them, they write tickets. They get a lot of revenue from those boats. Those boats that are running around on those waterways down there, that's a lot of tax dollars.
Baldwin County has more registered boats than anywhere in the state.
Every weekend when all those boats get on those waters. It's very dangerous out there from time to time, too. I know this entire body knows that we have hurricanes down there on the Gulf Coast. Have you ever been through a hurricane down on the Gulf Coast, Senator Melson? Have you? It can be pretty scary. Be pretty scary. And sometimes in those hurricanes, you'll blow down one of those markers that says no wake zone. And then it becomes a navigational hazard. Wow. And nobody's responsible. Nobody's going to go up there and put that marker back up. You know, there's probably plenty of state funds somewhere, maybe even over in Conservation Department. They get a lot of money off those boats out there fishing and all. You know, Marine Police, if there's an issue with a no wake zone or some type of issue there, some revenue coming in there. And you know, I had a simple amendment that would just add, I'm going to read the amendment, tell you what it says, and then we'll discuss it a little bit if that's okay with you. After line 130 on page 5, it just inserts the following. This is the only words it says. General oversight and maintenance of navigational aids in the salt and brackish waters of this state. That's basically what the amendment would do. Now, I'm somewhat of a dilemma on this amendment because we have a good piece of legislation before us that would solve some problems for the people of this state. And I understand that the House sponsor is not really willing to accept this amendment, but I would like for you and I to talk about it a little bit, and you give me your thoughts on it before I offer it, or we make a decision on what we want to do at the podiums.
Well, I appreciate where you're coming from, and you're right about the navigational markers in our respective areas. And people don't understand, you know, we've got a lot of folks that get around on the water, got a lot of folks that work on the water, and the Coast Guard only does so much, right? They handle the major ports, ship channels. They'll handle the pass, right?
Intercoastal.
And the intercoastal waterway.
Handled by Coast Guard.
But that's about it. Yeah. So when you talk about navigational markers, we may talk about this a little bit. We'll educate some of our colleagues. The red markers, right?
Yeah.
When you're coming back into port, which side do they go on?
Oh wow, let me think. Coming back in, the green will be on the left.
That's it. Red, right, returning. Remember that one?
Yeah.
You always keep them on the right. So keep them on the right.
I'm not as good a boater as you are. I don't get as much time to go. Remember, I farm for a living.
That's right. That's right. And you remember, they're numbered, right? They're all got numbers on them. The green ones, they're odd numbers, and the red ones are all even numbers. And if they're buoys, the floating kind, right, not the day markers, the buoys, the red ones are called nuns. They're pointy on the top. And the green ones are called cans. But the Coast Guard only maintains those coming in the pass, intracoastal waterway, going into the ports. But we got areas all over the place. Yeah. You do too. Boats coming in and out, lots of commercial activity, shrimping, a lot of charter vessel fishing over where I am, Cotton Bayou in particular, where those markers are not maintained. Not maintained at all by ALEA, by the state, by anybody. And so I see where you're coming from with this amendment. I do. It's important, and I think it's something we need to talk about.
Yeah, you know, at some point, you know, someone is going to have to take the bull by the horns, whether it be ALEA or perhaps Department of Transportation. You mentioned that because it is transportation avenues. And, you know, I think regardless of who does it and oversees it, you know, you would have to, they're going to have to contract with some of these smaller companies down there that have pile drivers go out there and take the fallen ones up, you know, and redo. So it's not a huge heavy lift, you know. And while I'm kind of on that, I just want to make a couple of comments about that. You know, so many times in government, dealing with bureaucracies, whether it be a county engineering department or a state agency, you have bureaucrats that are looking for excuses not to do things. You You know, they don't look for the reason to try and help the people of this state or the people of their county or the people of their city. They look for excuses not to do things. And I don't feel like that's their job. And I don't think that's our job as state senators and representatives, lieutenant governor, governor, whether you're the highway director, the director of ALEA, or the county commission engineer. I think your job is to try and help the public and to help the people. Find reasons to do things to help them, not to find excuse or look for excuses not to do things. And that's just, you know, I wanted to kind of get that out there too. I feel like that happens a little too much. I think people get comfortable with what they're doing. They don't want to take on a little extra, do a little something else, something new, you know. Up here, Senator, a lot of times we get into issues, you file a piece of legislation, well, there's not controversial, you know, it's no big issue, no controversy here. And then all of a sudden you start getting resistance from here or there, and it always boils down to two things, in my opinion. And I'm probably wrong, but most of the time it boils down to money or territory. If you stepped into someone else's territory, they sure get offended, seems like. But you know, if they'd do the right thing, you wouldn't have to step into their territory. It just, you know. But anyway, that's a few things I just kind of wanted to make mention. And like I said, I don't want to belay it too terribly long, and, you know, and I think the amendment would fit in the legislation, but at this time, and we had it drawn up, and I appreciate the House member that was working on a separate piece of legislation that dealt with navigational markers. I had a companion bill. We got dropped too late to do anything. But I also have an issue of being around here a long time, and I don't like to see anyone's bills basically hijacked for someone else's reasons. So with that, you and I can still dialogue. But with that in mind, I'm just going to let you know that I'm not going to offer this amendment. Although I read it and had it drawn up, we will not offer this amendment because Representative Shaver has a great piece of legislation. It helps the people of the state. And I think ALEA probably helped her and worked with it, and I appreciate that, and I applaud that. There's other things that they could help us with and do a better job. There are other things other departments could do to help us do better things for the people of this state.
Well,
But
Senator, I agree with you, and I do think your amendment's proper, and I understand why, you know, the attempt to add it on this piece of legislation, given the time we have left in session. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Representative Shaver and the work she's done on this bill for a long time, in concert with the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency and our Marine Police folks. And I think the world of our Marine Police folks. I see them almost every day. They're good folks, and they've got a legitimate argument that they may not have the manpower currently to do this. And whether or not this is something that you and I work on with our counterparts in the House to get resolved or not, we need to figure out a solution. It's a safety issue, right? It's no different than traffic signs or lines on a road. Where are you going? How do you stay out of the shallow water? How do you keep from getting hurt? How does traffic flow, the rules of the road, if you will? You know, when we teach our kids how to drive a boat, when they get a boater's license, they have to learn about all these navigational markers. And my daughter, who has her boater's license, asks me all the time, you know, who handles these? Why is that there? Why is it not there? And the fact that the state has no responsibility, or takes no responsibility rather, for those markers is a problem. And I'll commit to you two things. One, we need to figure out a solution to this problem. And whether it's housed at ALEA or the Department of Transportation, you know, we can talk about that and figure that out. You know, the Coast Guard prior to 9/11 was actually a Department of Transportation agency before they went over to Homeland Security. And their main mission, one of those spent more money and time on than anything, more than drug interdiction, you know, more than life-saving services, was maintenance of our buoyage system. throughout the waters of the United States. So we need to figure out a way to solve this problem. I commit to you to continue to work on this problem, and we'll find a solution. The state derives a tremendous amount of revenue associated with the safe navigation of our waters, the waters of the state, in both your district and mine. And we need to make sure that those waters are safe, that they're marked clearly, the entrances and exits to them, and that the buoyage system that is not under the control of the United States Coast Guard is maintained properly.
Yeah, and I do look forward to continuing this conversation and continuing to work on these issues. Like I said, it's not necessarily who does it, but just, make sure that we get that figured out. It falls under the purview of someone to make sure it gets done, and like I said, the entire state enjoys the revenues off of those snapper trips every weekend. I mean, snapper fishing, it's gotten to be almost as big as hunting season because, kudos to the Conservation Commissioner. I don't think we're supposed to name names, but Conservation.
He's awesome, isn't he?
Yeah, they have come up with a really good method of doing that over the weekends and spreading those days out. And it also kind of helps you navigate weather issues because, as well as I do, half the days down there you can't get out on the water. Half the days you can, but it's an important issue, safety issue.
Well, we're going to stay on it. I know how dogged you can be when you get a piece of legislation and are working it, and you know that I can be the same way. We're both passionate about this, and let's work through the summertime when we're not fishing and see if we can come up with something and get it introduced early next session.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for listening to me. I thank the body for listening to my little bit of a rant here with some issues, and I think we have a few more bills on the calendar, so I don't want to delay too much, but I appreciate this, and like I said, this is a good piece of legislation, and I look forward to continuing working with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, appreciate the time. I would move third reading be dispensed with and final passes of HB 358 using previous roll without objection.
A motion made to approve HB 358 using previous roll without any objection. Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 358 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome. Clerk, call the next bill.
Page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 72 by Representative Starnes relating to pardons and paroles. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
President, I move the BR using previous roll without objection.
Motion to move the BR using previous roll. Any objection? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Senator Livingston. Oh, clerk call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 72 by Representative Starnes relating to pardons and paroles. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, move we adopt the committee amendment using previous roll without objection.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes.
30 ayes, no nays. The amendment is adopted. Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, that committee amendment removed some language that was objectionable from pardons and paroles, and it will be worked on during the off season. But what basically this allows is court specialists to conduct investigations and to do the general reporting back to the pardons and paroles. And with that, I would move final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 72 receives final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Clerk, call the next bill.
Page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 417 by Representative Pettis relating to paramedics, BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
what this bill does is just take away the non-essential classes for somebody to get a certificate in paramedics to help deal with shortages. If it's like all classes related to it would still be required. So I'd like to go ahead and move the BR using previous row.
Any objection to using previous roll? Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, no nays. No nays. BR is adopted. Senator Melson.
Mr. President, I'd like to go and ask for final passage using the previous row.
Or, excuse me, Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill 417 by Representative Pettis relating to paramedics.
Senator Melson.
Renew my motion, please, sir.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 417 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Melson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Clerk, call the next bill.
Page 28 of the calendar, House Bill 287 by Representative Stringer relating to crimes and offenses, BR pending.
Senator Smitherman. We're ready.
We ready to get it on?
Go.
Okay, I'll move for adoption of the BIR and ask unanimous consent to use previous roll.
Any objection to using previous roll? Clerk, call the roll.
Somebody objected? Who objected?
Previous roll?
Who objected?
I didn't see an objection, Senator.
Oh.
Mr. Albritton.
Getting worked up for nothing.
Mr.
I
Williams.
said they must want to stay around here. Let me go and talk. Y'all don't want to go home.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Senator Smitherman, or excuse me, call the bill.
Page 28 of the calendar, House Bill 287 by Representative Stringer relating to crimes and offenses.
Mr. Senator, you recognize?
Senator Smitherman.
All right, before I get started, I was going to say, I'm trying to help my friend back there, some downstairs. I don't have no dog in this fight, but trying to help somebody. I thought maybe y'all were objecting. Y'all want to stay a little while. You know, we stay all night. We don't need to, but I thought maybe that's what everybody wanted to do it, you know, but then being serious about it, serious note that this bill, I'm going to tell you all what this bill does, and you all going to like this bill. I'm serious. This one y'all going to really, really like. And I'm not just saying that. I'm going to read it. That this bill creates the crime of doxing. Doxing is defined in two ways. Listen at this, y'all. That's why y'all gonna like this bill. It's a person intentionally electronically publish, post, or provides personal identifying information of another individual with the intent that others will use that information to harass or harm that other individual, and the other individual is actually harassed or harmed. The second thing, a person intentionally electronically publishes, posts, or provides personal identifying information of a law enforcement officer, firefighter, or public servant, i.e. us, with the intent that others will use that information to harass, harm, or impede the duties of that individual and succeeds at doing one or more. This bill makes a violation of subsection B a Class A misdemeanor, and a second or subsequent violation of subsection B a Class C felony. At this time, I have my honorable senator from Madison County, i.e. Huntsville, and I will yield to him.
Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Clerk, receive and read the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 287 is engrossed by Senator Gavan. Replace lines 63 through 64 on page 3 with the following.
Senator Gavan.
So what this amendment does is if you look at the bill, the way it's worded today, it says that we can be contacted at our work address, and that would be an exception to the doxing crime that we've got here. Well, I wanted to be clear, and what this amendment does that I asked LSA to draft for me is that that's our public service address. In other words, we're part-time legislators, county commissioners, city councilmen. I know not all county commissioners are, but many are part-time. City council, so many different spots are part-time. And so a lot of us have, as I call it, a day job. And that's not, my receptionist is not paid to deal with abuse of, situations like that. We can be stalked there at work as easy as we can at home. And so I would move, without objection, I would move adoption of the amendment using previous role.
And it's a friendly amendment. I agree with it.
Any objection to using previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. Senator Gavan amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir, Senator. Thank you very much. If no other questions, I move for final passage as amended and just ask unanimous consent to use the previous role.
Any objection to using previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 287 is passed. Clerk call the next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 235 by Representative Wood relating to crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Senator Bell.
That's right. Motion for BR using previous role without objection.
Any objection to using the previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Clerk call the bill.
Page 25 of the calendar, House Bill 235 by Representative Wood relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Bell.
Mr. President, what this bill does is adds federal peace officers, law enforcement officers in with our statute here so that they can be included in impersonating a peace officer. Ask for final passage. Using previous role, no objections.
Any objection to using previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 235 receives final passage. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill 426 by Representative Treadaway relating to ABC license applicants. BR pending.
Senator Shelnut.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is the FBI does criminal background checks for the ABC applicants, and we need to change 3 words so that they will continue to do that for us. So, seeing no questions, move for passage of the BR using previous role.
Any objection to using previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Senator Shelnut. Call the roll, or the bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill 426 by Representative Treadaway relating to license applicants for the ABC.
Senator Shelnut.
Mr. President, move for final passage of HB 426 using previous role if no objection.
Any objection to using previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 426 receives final passage. Clerk call the next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill 381 by Representative Lawrence relating to the Redevelopment Authority Board of Directors. BR pending.
Senator Bell.
Mr. President, motion to adopt BR.
Using previous
role, no objections.
Any objection to using previous role? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Clerk call the bill.
Is there another one we can do that?
Page 33 of the calendar, House Bill 381 by Representative Lawrence relating to the Redevelopment Authority Board of Directors.
Senator Bell.
Mr. President, what this bill does is adds on Board of Directors for redevelopment authorities, adds where a property owner can also be
on the board, and 75% of the board members must be a qualified elector of the city. Move a final passage. Using previous roll, no objections.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 381 receives final passage. Clerk call the next bill.
Page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 285 by Representative Lipscomb, relating to the Board of Dental Examiners. BR pending.
Senator Shelnut.
How you doing, Mr. President? Thank you.
Pretty good, and you?
HB 285, this deals with the Board of Dental Examiners and Dentists and Dental Hygienists. It revises the licensure and fee requirements and qualifications for administering controlled substances to patients. I move for passage of the BIR using previous roll with no objection.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Clerk call the bill.
Page 51 of the calendar, House Bill 285 by Representative Lipscomb, relating to the Board of Dental Examiners.
Mr. President,
Senator Shelnut.
I'd like to move for final passage using the previous roll if there are no objection.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 285 is adopted. Clerk call the next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 156 by Representative Faulkner, relating to taxation. BR pending.
You got it.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of BIR using previous roll.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Clerk call the bill.
Page 27 of the calendar, House Bill 156 by Representative Faulkner, relating to taxation.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
this bill exempts the Birmingham Zoo from taxes from all state, county, and municipal taxes. And with that explanation, I give the bill, move passage of House Bill 156 using short roll.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 156 receives final passage. Clerk call the next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill 439 by Representative Faulkner, relating to growing Alabama credit. BR pending.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Roberts.
this is a bill I'll tell you a little bit about, then I'll move the BIR here in just a minute. I'm going to walk back just a little bit. If you remember when we did the Alabama Business Competitive Tax in 2021, one of the things that we looked at doing, Senator, was possibly bringing in consolidated returns in Alabama. And very quickly we realized that was not where we wanted to go, because we have very few Alabama companies that wanted to do consolidated returns. So we left that section alone because in many cases it's much more beneficial to not require consolidated returns. So we did not, and that makes good sense. But we still have large corporations that do business in Alabama that file consolidated returns. They do it at the federal level, but the state level, it's a little more cumbersome. So this bill would deal with those that have been very involved and come along and been involved with growing Alabama, something we want supported here in our state, who've chosen to get involved, and we're grateful that they are. But as a result of that, there's some credits that are generated, which is resulting in a disproportionate placement of that back at the parent level when they file a consolidated return in Alabama. So we got wise counsel, from revenue. And the way to fix this is what this bill is, because we want to continue to encourage involvement in growing Alabama. So we're grateful for the ones that are doing that, and the impact it's having in our state are very valuable. So that's what this bill seeks to do, to straighten out how credits flow when you have a consolidated filer in the state of Alabama. So we're straightening out something, Mr. President, that's important that we get done for a thriving business in our state that employs people from the north to the south in our state. And they are all in on helping with our growing Alabama. So with that, I would just ask that we move BIR on HB 2439, and previous roll would be fine without objection.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
And I think my colleague.
30 ayes, no nays. Clerk call the bill.
Page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 439 by Representative Faulkner, relating to economic development.
Senator Roberts.
As I said, this deals with companies that are consolidated filers in our state, which are not large in number, the number of entities that choose to do that. But many of our corporations here in Alabama do the consolidated returns at the federal level. And there are reasons that are well informed and wise for the way they conduct their particular businesses. This happens to be one that has many subs throughout Alabama that employ people in your district, Senator, and mine, and probably in more than half of the state. And they are the ones who jumped in willingly to be a major part of growing Alabama, which I believe you're in favor of, aren't you, Senator?
Yes, I am. I'm definitely in favor of it.
Yes.
Right.
So we've worked hard to get companies involved in this program that's providing jobs, it's making opportunities, and it's things that we've seen take place all over our state. So this particular company, all of a sudden in filing returns, had a situation come up where the credits, because of the way our current law is, weren't able to put the credits where they needed to be. And so Revenue worked with us on getting this together so that this could be straightened out, because we certainly want them to be a part of going forward on this act in the future. So that's what this bill seeks to do, seeks to accomplish. Any other questions you have, Senator?
I don't. I think you've explained it thoroughly, and I think that this is going to be a very good positive for us in this whole, our state in particular. And so I look forward to us moving this bill forward, and our businesses being able to take advantage of this opportunity it's going to provide.
Absolutely. And as we've talked about, there's still one piece that I hope we get to accomplish in the next year or two, and that would be for corporate level filing only. I think it's imperative that we work towards working with our largest corporations and do away with federal income tax deduction for them, which would lower the stated rate for corporations. It would be very close to net zero for education trust fund. But what that would do, think about what our Commerce Secretary has to do when he's out competing with other states. You pull up a heat map of our nation. Alabama shows a 6.5% rate. Well, we all know the effective rate in Alabama is somewhere around 4.95. So the Secretary is competing, showing a very high tax rate, when in effect it's really a 4.95. You've got Florida at 4.4, North Carolina at 2.5 going to 0. Georgia is roughly 5.75 going to 5.5. We look non-competitive, and that's because of the simultaneous equation that has to be done to work out taxes that results in an effective rate. So with that, my goal for corporations only, it's not we wouldn't do anything on the individual tax return, how they file their return, how they get rebates, how they do anything. But on the corporate level, I do think that's something that we need to explore further. And we pulled together a group and worked on that this year, but because of different things going on in Washington, the companies were never comfortable in calling the ball on that. But I hope going forward we can do that, because, Mr. President, I think that would give our Secretary of Commerce one more opportunity to showcase Alabama when he's presenting us to the world. And isn't he doing a good job in his current job right now?
Very good.
Well, remember, the house downstairs happens to be a constituent of mine, and very proud of the work that he's doing for our state, representing us around the world.
I agree.
Keep going. So, Mr. President, with that, I would just ask that we have final passage of HB 439 using previous roll without objection.
Any objection to using previous roll? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Strawbridge, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 439 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I have a resolution.
Senator Butler. Senator Butler, you have to have unanimous consent. You have to have unanimous consent.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent for a SJR commending John Wayne Keyes of Limestone County.
Any objection? Seeing none, Secretary, receive and read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 91 by Senator Butler and others designated John Wade Keyes as Alabama's first veteran.
Mr. President, John Wayne Keyes from Limestone County has been documented through extensive research that he was a veteran of the Revolutionary War, served with General Washington from Limestone County. Move adoption of the resolution, previous roll.
Any objection to using the previous roll? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Senator Butler.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Have a resolution from rules.
Receive and read the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 60 by Representative Lamb.
Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution using short roll.
You read it?
House Joint Resolution number 60, naming the bridge at exit 100 on Interstate 20, the Bradley Johnson Memorial Bridge.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
a resolution from rules.
Read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 242, commending the North Alabama students who participated in the American Rocketry Challenge, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. President, we have, I'm going to be asking for unanimous consent for consideration on HJR 243 that's up from the House. It's message from the House.
Clerk, read the message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and adopted the following House Joint Resolution and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Joint Resolution 243, establishing the Joint Study Commission on Grocery Taxation by Representative McClammy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Mr. Pro Tem.
I'm going to ask that you recognize Senator Jones to offer explanation of this HJR.
Thank you, Pro Tem.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the bearer of good news. The House just passed grocery tax legislation by a vote of 103-0. So we're very excited. Thank you, Senator Roberts. This is a companion of sorts. It's a study commission on the effect on the ETF of the grocery tax as we're looking in the future at doing more than the 2 cents. So without any objection, Mr. President,
Mr. President. I mean, gonna make you.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent for immediate consideration of the HJR.
Is there an objection?
At the moment, because I like to be recognized. No, I don't want to send it to rules. I pulled the objection from consideration before we vote. I like to be recognized. Okay. I didn't mean that. Go right on.
So if there's no objection, move adoption of the resolution.
Senator Smitherman.
Could I be recognized? Okay. What's the makeup of the group?
We've got a very diverse coalition of members on there, and I'll be happy to read it to you. The Minority Leader of the Senate, the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation Education Committee, sponsor of the grocery tax, both versions, Minority Leader of the House, Chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, the House sponsor of this resolution, member by the Lieutenant Governor, member by the Speaker, representative of nonprofit, representative of the grocers, and the NFIB, Federation of Independent Business, and there is diversity language in the study commission.
Okay. All right. When is it supposed to report back once they get started? What time frame do they have?
So this would take place starting after the first implementation. So they would have their first meeting. We're going to start fiscal year with the grocery tax drawdown. They would have their first meeting, and then after that, they're required to meet a minimum of yearly, and they report back with their report after we have the final drawdown. Under the version we have, that takes, it's 4 years, half a cent each year. The House has amended that to do a cent and a cent, so a little bit different, but the result would be the same. It's 4-year phase down. So that Representative McClammy is the sponsor of this resolution in the House.
Okay. Yeah, you want? Okay. I'm going to yield to her if she got a question.
That's fine, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I want to, of course, thank Representative McClammy. She's been texting me, what's going on for her work downstairs. And I just wanted to make sure that I heard correctly in there that both sponsors of the grocery tax were included.
That's correct. And Representative McClammy, as the author of the resolution, she has a seat at the table as well.
So what I'm trying to find out, because I'm the sponsor of a version of the sales tax too, does that include me as well?
I would say that there are 2 opportunities for you to have a seat at the table on this. One, either as an appointee by the Minority Leader of the Senate or appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, or there are several other appointees that have that opportunity as well. So we tried to be very limited, or she did, in
right,
crafting.
but read the line. There was something that you read about the sponsors of the legislation.
So the primary sponsor of SB 257,
okay.
That's the Senate version of the grocery tax bill that has passed now out of the House. So we didn't put the House companion in there because that same person is the budget chairman in the House, and he, as budget chairman, has a seat on the commission. Does that make sense?
So I'm appealing right now because actually, of course, I think my version was the better version because it was a complete 4% gone, the 4 cents gone. I've worked hard for many years on this issue as well. Glad the Republicans have finally come on board with us. So I'm appealing right now to make sure that I have an opportunity to serve as well.
I would love to have you serve on there, and would encourage any of these appointees to make your appointment.
Yeah, and thank you again to the gentleman for his work, as well as the Lieutenant Governor and all those folks downstairs that are trying to give some type of relief to the people of the state of Alabama.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. If there are no further questions, I'll renew my motion to adopt previous roll, voice vote, whatever the chair desires.
All those in favor say aye. Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Mr. President.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. President, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention for a moment. We're in the process, as I told you all earlier in the day, of what we were trying to accomplish. You all know we started, worked on the general fund budget, success with that, moved on to the regular order, went through all the detail of that, successful with that, a number of local bills in particular, and then went on to this calendar, which you all have done great in your participation, your explanation, the detail of making sure that we're able to move through this entire calendar. So congratulations to us all and being engaged in that, the people's business. our conferees for several of the important education and general fund budget committees and legislation are meeting and working now, both our colleagues from the House and the Senate. And so at this point, we are in a place to where we need to let them finalize and finish their work. Some of you may have reasons to visit with some of those conferees on things that are important to you, topics that you may want to make them aware of once again and the like. So I'm going to make a motion that we stand in recess at the call of the chair, and I can let the members of the Senate know it will be at least an hour that we will have before you'll be called to come back. And of course, once we return, it'll be for the review of those conference committees, and then of course votes between the two chambers on the details of finalizing those budget topics this evening. So with that, I'll renew my motion, Mr. President, that we stand in recess at the call of the chair.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
We're in
Mr.
recess.
President.